Good morning, everybody. That lion will sue. Let me just make sure the Discord's up and running. How's everyone doing? Sorry for the slightly right before market open arrival. I had some issues this morning. Well, last night and this morning, but all's well. All is well. JR, can we have a moment of silence for Jacques Tits this morning as our beloved stock weeps for the loss? Care to comment on the AMC NFT and implications? Seems sus. Um, what's going on with AMC and an NFT? I understand it's not using living double life as Batman. Streaming from seat 4A on the Tampa Bay to Los Angeles direct. Are you in first class still or no? Search AMC press release reg NFT. Oh, why would that matter then? They issued a self-identified shareholder NFT. So it's like, well, I kind of want one. I still have 30 shares of AMC. I'm gonna get it and sell it to some idiot in the next week. Oh, I didn't watch Spider-Man. Adam Aaron beat GME to the NFT marketplace. How much does IV affect long dated options? E.g., is there an advantage of waiting until IV reduces on Feb calls from after earnings? Or is it better just to get in with the tasty dip? They're relative. Febs are up a little on IV, but not significantly, right? They're up like at what, like 100%. You look tired, feeling okay? I feel fine. It's time for a rip. Yeah. I'm gonna wait. Updated information, you bitch. Ooh. Discord audio is on. Those borrowed shares, you know they're coming on SSR today too. By the way, in case anyone forgot, not that it matters. I mean, it kind of matters for all the borrowed shares. We wouldn't see a share borrow for short exempt. How many calls do you write a month? I don't know, like 20 or 30. Any thoughts on Tether GD going around recently? In particular, it's supposed to have 1-to-1 token to dollar, but really only have 2.6% collateral. George Gammon explains well. Yeah, I've heard the rumors about Tether and lack of collateral to back their stable coin. Um, what does that mean? Well, it could be bad for crypto. I mean, a lot of crypto transactions are transacted through Tether, but there's other stable coins that people could use, right? There's like US dollar coin. There's some other ones as well. I don't expect you to get back to it because I'm sure there's a lot of work for you. But I want you to know I feel so lonely and lost without your weekly DD post on Reddit. I just don't see a point, BW Lions, without like after I've defined the cycle. Like nothing's really gonna change. Nothing has happened that changes my opinion on the cycle's efficacy. Like I expect it to play out pretty much the way I predicted. If I start to see a deviation or the theory starts to prove untrue, then I would go back to analysis and probably the weekly uh, DDs. What is negative theta? So if they are hedging options with synthetics, the price action we are hoping for in January won't be realized unless options are exercised. No. So for far dated calls, they can't be hedged with synthetic shares, right? Because the call is so far out. If they hedge initially with synthetics, then in T plus C35 or whatever, like the T plus two and Reg T, um, so that 37, 36 day window. Um, those synthetics would be due back before the option expiry approaches, right? So they can't use synthetics effectively to hedge long term call options. ETF FTDs are already tracked as part of price action expectations. But yes, there will be more ETF FTDs due after the run up. Um, but the exposure for leaps, at least on the ETFs I've been checking and on GME itself for the January 25th exposure window, it looks high. There's a lot of open interest. It's they're leap contracts, so there's a lot of institutional interest. There's a lot of open interest from last year. There's lots of in the money calls. Ko-Fi missed. I'm sorry. Happy Monday, Pick Away. With the recent price drop, you're looking to average down your Jan and Feb options plays. Are you lowering the strike target or doubling the positions previously established? Both. I mean, as the price declines, since the price is declining, I'm able to lower the strike. If the price had remained relatively flat, I only would have been able to improve the already existing positions. But yeah, since the price has dropped so drastically, I am definitely I'm definitely picking up some, like, let's see, I picked up Feb 200s. I have Jan 180s now. Um and I'll continue to try to improve those positions as I can. I picked up some April calls, 250s, I believe. Interesting monster, buddy. I'm glad to hear of the latest analysis of Ryan Cohen's tweet. Rip Spy. Market dead. What do? Ooh, gross. Mm-hmm. No. No, no, no. I don't think the market's dead. Spy's still green from Friday, by the way. What borough do you live in? I'm from Long Island. Had a ton of fun at East End Bar and Grill many Sundays watching Jets games. I'm in Manhattan. How low are we gonna go? Today's low? I mean, the market's starting to turn around, so I'm sure that will have an effect. Um, mm, Let me check the EMAs. We have the EMA 200 here at 167. So we're like right on the EMA 200 right now. We can go below it, but we have pretty strong resistance at 162.50 as well. Don't forget. I think if you guys read the daily DD, I think they are probably going to be pushing it down as much as they can into earnings. But today is T plus 69 for those of you that care. So that could be significant as well. You look more into Marvel? A little bit. I didn't get a lot of time last night. I had a bit of a family emergency. It wasn't, well, I don't want to say emergency, but familial shit show. Spy's up 0.2%, and these smoothies are crying that the sky is falling. Well, sentiment shifting, right? What day is earnings? Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday after market. Do you think we will have positive EPS? It's possible. I think positive EPS is possible. We've had positive cash flow. As long as they didn't spend a lot of money this last quarter, I don't see why we couldn't have positive EPS. Now that the downside is slowed, could you see it push down past 150? It's possible. Yeah, it's all good. Nothing bad happened. It's just a lot of drama and nonsense. So I don't talk to people. Do you think SSR rules are really even followed? I mean, they have to be. It's a market. It's like a market enforced rule. You you simply cannot transact a short sale on an uptick. That's it. There's no there's no real way of subverting that. I mean, there's bona fide market making. There's borrowing from ETFs, but the shares you borrow from ETFs still have to be shorted in the market just like any other short sale. So really, it's just like MM, like bona fide MM liquidity provisions, and that's it. That's really the only shorting that goes on these days. Our daily short volume drops off generally when we're on SSR. With the liquidity really low, it can have more of an effect than it used to in the past. But Apple is a steamroller. Yeah. Can you explain T plus 69? I'm at work listening in. It's like a volume versus FTD indicator. They need a volume to clear FTDs, and so when FTDs have reached a peak, it requires them to uh, push volume through in order to clear those FTDs. I think that's a pretty good summation. Just became a billionaire last night. Is my name green? It's not. Did it go through? Did you do it on a different YouTube account? The shills say they're waiting for the dip to buy. Then when a dip comes, they want it to dip more. Which shills? I always buy the dips. Dips are the best. What should I do with my hood calls? Hold, right? Thoughts on Chewy earnings? I mean, who would care? Like, Ryan Cohen's not involved with Chewy at all. I mean, just as like a play, I wouldn't be very interested. When do we get the next FTD data? 11 days. So they need volume but can't short the uptick. It is kind of interesting. T plus trading. What does T plus represent? It's the trading day plus however many days. How about $600 to throw into options? What time frame strike would you suggest? GME options are super expensive. I mean, you need to do your research. I can't advise you on specific amounts of capital. So if you're like, I have this much money, what should I do? I can't say shit. If you say things like, I'm broke and I don't know what options are okay for broke people, I would say that you have to probably take on riskier plays in the short term in order to increase that capital and build up a long-term position. Are there safer short-term plays? Yes. Um, January 950s are an excellent way of capturing implied volatility, um, as are really any far out of the money, far dated strikes. Having so many calls with different expiry dates, do you sell all when price spikes and then roll, or are there any you hold on to for some reason? Um, I'm slower to sell my in the money calls, right? Because the constant misconception when GameStop runs that it will keep running, right? I think this is a trap that's basically trapped everybody at some point throughout all of this. Is that that eternal bullishness is hard to suppress when the stock's running. You've waited months, it's been down, and then finally it's ripping, and the psychology behind that is tough to beat, even for me. Um, but yeah, I'll generally bail on my out of the money options on the peak, or try to bail out of them on the peak. I'll exit equitably, with uh, setting stop limits as the price climbs into resistances. Um, if it continues to break through those resistances, that's ideal. The in the money calls I'll usually let ride a little longer because they're going to lose less value if the price starts to decline, since all of their value is intrinsic. You stole six of my dollars on Friday, and now I have five. What do? Just I don't know. Just wait for your next paycheck, popcorn trader. But buy some food so you can eat this week. You know, waiting for 165 doesn't have much money. All right. I'm sorry. Yeah, the uptick. I'm saying the uptick thing backwards. They can only short on an uptick. They can't short a downtick. But that means it's harder to push not only volume through, but it's harder to push the stock down. So shorting's less effective, and it's normally pretty ineffective anyway. But it makes it harder for them to find those gaps in the bid. Thank you, a user. I have not had my coffee yet. Would now be a good time to load up on Feb calls, or are you still waiting? I think this is a good opportunity, but I think IV is high. I guess the worry here is that earnings is good. If earnings is good, then entries after earnings may be difficult. It doesn't really do much. BOFH. It's possible it does more now than it used to, but yeah, it's mostly irrelevant. But the fact that it's irrelevant just cements like the options thesis, because it means that most of the trades occurring on GameStop are due to the options chain and not due to buy or sell interest in the underlying. Ugh, I'm not gonna drink a K cup. Max Payne 195. Do you expect them to speak more on a plan? I would like them to shut their fucking mouths. I don't want them to say anything. Any news can be misconstrued, it can be spun, it can be used against them. So unless they have some groundbreaking fucking NFT platform that they've managed to build in 3 quarters, uh, probably the fastest development of any marketplace ever. Um, Short of that, I would like them to announce things and then not release shares and then go away. This would be my ideal. That would be my ideal scenario. What are some of the most shorted retail ETFs? XRT and IWM seem to carry the brunt of short positions. What do you think of a share buyback? Ooh. Uh, I mean, it'd be awesome, right? But at the same time, uh, it'd be pretty awesome. I don't think they're going to do it. I mean, if they announce it, there's going to be a lot of negative sentiment pushed by the media that, they're trading their own stock. Um, Long-term investors aren't a fan of that. Boomers. But it could cause a squeeze depending on how much they buy back. It's okay. Cat's just going to come back up with the market. Oh, Cat is going to make me have a very nice day, I think. What if GameStop announced a buyback of 69,420 shares? What do the red and green background orders on the tick by tick signify? Uh, Jumps in the bid. So price increase, price decrease, I think. Someone told me the other day, but now I can't remember. Hey guys, look at all the IEX shorting. I think if they reduced float size by 10%, that would be significant. 6 million shares. Jeff the Privileged, you've become a Cornichon? What? Oh, I don't know why it's doing that. Just ignore that. Stupid fucking Streamlabs. Idiot. Um, Jeff the Privileged Pigeon Whale. The stream's been a lot of fun so far. Thanks for everything, Gerg. December is going to be a fun month. I can feel it in my pickle. Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it, man. It's just Streamlabs sucking balls. That's all. Don't read too much into it. I don't know if you answered this already, but what is highlighting on the Weeble now? What's it mean? Are you talking about in the bid ask, like in the time sales? It's change in price, I think. Like above bid and below ask. Like if orders are filling above or below, then it highlights them. I'm told on Saxo that exposure cannot be increased due to instrument configuration. On their help page, it says that it might be because the stock has been changed to reduce only status. That's interesting. Hmm. Apple going negative beta. Myrna bottom found. Let's take a look. Not necessarily. Myrna's definitely got. Actually, there's really no support here. There's a little but very little support here. At 270, I think it pretty easily falls back to 225. As a matter of fact, hmm, hmm. It's risky. It could find support here at the 200, but it may not. I'd be careful with it. IV is still really high here. Um, it's a bit of a risk. Is Visa just gonna fucking rip? Why is Visa going up? Didn't they just have like super bearish news? Like MasterCard take over all their business. My furnace went out and it's 5 degrees outside with 20 to 25 mile per hour wind. Come help me, Greg. I need your warm embrace to stay warm. Rental company is aware and the repair company is gonna call me. I need you, Pat. Don't drink too much, Darth Dan, because it lowers your blood pressure. Um, and you can experience hypothermia more quickly. Buy back the whole float. How hyped would you be if they did a buyback that overlapped January 26th? That'd be cool. Actually, that would be bad for them though. A buyback now would be good. Are you expecting a certain amount of volume today on T plus 69? I'm not. But it's possible that we see higher volume up to 12 million. I mean, we've already seen higher volume than average in pre-market and so far today, so it's not absurd to think that we're going to see a little more throughout the rest of the day. Historically, what are good exit times for options ending the week of earnings? Usually before earnings. Historically on GameStop at least. How dare you tell a pigeon whale not to drink? How else do I lord myself? Just because of that statement, I'm gonna do a chug while I wait for them. Riku, Darth Dan, I think we're gonna stage an intervention for you. Why don't you chug some like iced tea or something? Can we talk about AMD for a second? I'd fucking love to, hella. Let's talk about it dropping like a brick and my covered calls doing well. I think AMD can return to its previous support down here at 130. Fine, I'll chug some cherry Dr. Pepper. Ooh, bubbles. Best of luck to you. Don't let it shoot through your nose. Have you done any TA on LRC? No. I told you guys, if you buy it below $2 and sell it above three, you'll make money. That's how you do TA on LRC. You buy low, sell high, and rinse and repeat if that's what you want to do. The Dans already gave Darth an intervention. You know it's bad when Dans are intervening. It constricts blood vessels. Your body draws heat towards the core and keeps internal organ alive and will sacrifice extremities necessary for survival. If we keep seeing greater price swings, is it possible we will see another liquidity test? No. We haven't seen anything like that in a long time. Well, when everyone decided to start bandwagoning into this Dan thing, what you didn't realize is that at some point you were going to come across a real one. Um, and now that you found one, you seem to not like it. It's confusing to me. How do you select good stocks to sell CSPs on? Is that the question? Or did it just disappeared? Goddamn stupid YouTube chat. Oh, okay. Saman. Um, how do you? Well, first it has to be a stock that I want to buy. Generally speaking, I don't. If let's see, if I don't like the stock, then I'm probably not going to sell CSPs on it. Like if I'm not okay with owning 100 shares of that stock at my strike, I'm not going to sell CSPs on it. So usually something I intend to be long on anyway, and then I will begin selling cash secured puts and hopefully fill, right? And then when I fill, then I'll have my long position at the price I want it. If I don't fill, then I simply just collect premiums. Down to the mid 70s. Spoken like a true Californian. What strikes CCs are safe this week with earnings? Asking for a friend. None. It's big risk. You pumped for the BlackRock Christmas party this afternoon? He actually drank through the intervention. It's hopeless. Palantir 25 leaps. What say you, Girk? Seems to be really cheap, but the market seems to have a negative bias against Carp Deal. It does. I have leaps on Palantir. What's it down to? Ooh, that's attractive. Jesus. I mean, yeah, this is a fantastic entry. If you want to be long Palantir, that's a pretty sweet time to be long Palantir. It could drop more. It's having a bit of a red day already, so but it may find support here at 18. I definitely don't hate leaps. How much are Jans for next year? Hmm. Very interesting. 22s look pretty promising. So do the 25s, actually. It's a very nice entry. I'm considering it. What the high will be for the SPY today? I just made $5 off Mara pets. Let's fucking go. Yeah, Baba's ripping for no discernible reason besides that the SPY is up. You look like Alvaro Mort from the new Wheel of Time show. Cool. I haven't seen that yet. XRT ripping, decoupling movement from GME or prepare for a rip today. It's possible that T plus 69 has predicted FTDs in the wrong asset. J Fresh. Where are you, fucking cat? Yeah, that's not necessarily true. GameStop also good volume. XRT is ripping. We could see some movement. I'm sure price is going to be suppressed, at least here. What's BBBY look like? Also coming up a little bit. It's only up 3%. What else am I thinking about? Let's see. Macy's up. Nordstrom's up. Checking. No. All following similar price patterns, but different ranges of upward movement. What are your thoughts on the Dupes DD that was published over the weekend? Which one's that? Elaborate. I don't know which one that is. I read a bunch of bad DD over the weekend. It's not my DD. I just published it for someone else, Daniel. You can ask him. He's in here somewhere. Or ask him on the Discord. If you want to know more about Dr. Gingerballs / JFresh Ascendant Alpha Cat Fairy Cats DD, feel free to add him on the Discord and annoy him. Earnings 510Cs, December 10th. YOLO. Thank you. I appreciate the like. I don't do options yet. Just hold my shares. Is this smart? That's fine. You can not do options and yet still learn and understand them. I understand that they are not for everybody. They do present risk. Ooh, my spy calls are up. Aha! Let's go to the moon. Thanks, Garrett. Appreciate that. I've been averaging down for weeks now with Palantir, but I love the stock. It's a good one. I think it's got a lot of future potential. You think this is a big market correction or just a little teaser before one final Long Johnson run? I think it was just SLD got deferred and we're going to climb back out of the correction. What would be my indicator of that? Jesus H. Christ. Look at our market dudes thing. So bullish. It doesn't care about anything. God, I love Jerome Powell. What a great guy. He's just beating inflation by making everybody rich. Check the FTDs on IWB. They were pretty huge. I already saw that. Yeah, IWB, but IWB I don't think is carrying a large amount of reported short interest. Um, XRT ripping, but GME down. GME's coming back up. Hold on. This is very exciting. I'm going to set a stop limit. Ooh. How many of those do I have? 4? Okay. Okay, maybe I should just move this up. Sorry. This is just I mean I know GameStop's coming up also, but it's consolidating. Oh, look at my $50 spy calls. Doubling. I think it's time to move that limit up again. Cat above 200. Just briefly. It's fine. I expect it will break out. I'm looking for the breakout, right? Like this is where I want to be, obviously testing 200, but I do want it to break out. Can't stop, won't stop. S&P ETF trust. What kind of impact would taper and rising rates have on GME? Could there be leveraged holders dumping? I don't think so. I don't think it would have that much of an effect, aside from possible downturn in the market. $5 jump on, yeah, it was a wide bid ask. Now a professional spy shill. Hold on, I have something for that. Yay, big money. The question is, do I buy more on the dip? Oh, there is no dip, you bastard. Um, check volume on 1 minute candles last 10 minutes. E-trade showing negatives. It's just misreported data. Um, did you just buy a $5 call on the SPY? No. Any thoughts? Not really. I meant sell SPY calls to close, but it looks like you're ahead of me on that. Oh. Do you think that $5 candle on GME was a computer share batch order? No, not the day that they do them. And then just not very much volume. 50,000 volume. Um, they probably have FTDs to clear today, right? So they just need to push it. Hold on. I'm going to split the screen. So I was never long on Wetzel's pretzels. Yep, GameStop does look like it's in a turnaround. Nice. God. AMC coin. Retarded. Rip my Baba pets. Do you see this SPY hitting all-time highs, or do you think this is a correction crash? Start a correction. I think it was a correction, and I think it might be over. But we'll see. There's a bit too much enthusiasm on this run, so I'm going to play the downside of it a little bit. 25, 250 cc is good for this week. I wouldn't play CCs on GME earnings week like this. Like earnings is Wednesday after market. There's a good chance that you could get screwed there. Bull flag? Could be. Did you shill for $69? What? You need to adjust your noise gate. It's not tight enough. I don't know what any of those words mean. Ah, god damn it. Can you check GME? It's right here. 170. It's coming up with the market. they're not going to diverge a lot, right? Like GameStop's volumes, still okay. It's not terrible. All good view opt-in samples. Spy was the squeeze all along. Always has been. Are you guys interested in a gold-backed stablecoin? Palantir? What about it? It's coming back up. I did say that that was a good entry opportunity. Ooh, what's Cat doing? Just chopping under 200. Oh, I should probably update Reddit. Isn't GameStop down like $20 from last Friday? I'm currently in a deprivation chamber streaming your channel. Can you type more so I can get the full effective ASMR? $30. Thank you, Carl, for math. Maybe you don't have to remind me. Okay. I know that we talked before on how there's a D in fridge, but not in refrigerator. But how annoying is it the fact that Kansas and Arkansas are pronounced differently? Pretty annoying. But to be fair, Arkansas sounds stupid. Do you see an impending market crash? I mean, I see a reason for an impending market crash. Is it going to happen right now? I don't know. Any updates? No, none. If price stays relatively unchanged, do you think you'd realize more profits from closer to the money leaps than further out? Of course. As long as the floor keeps increasing. Subtracting triangles, you're making Palantir go down. Palantir wasn't a day trade. How do you feel that you can make money on Twitch by streaming yourself when you sleep? When are you going to do that? Is it the S or C in scent that's silent? Oh, fuck you, Crawford. Scent, scent are pronounced the same ways. The C has to be silent. That makes sense. Shane Moore, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Mhm. Will LRC bounce back? I don't know, maybe. I don't really care. How do you know the spy's not going to crash right now? I don't. It just doesn't seem like it's going to. Maybe because it's yet to actually sustain a correction. Last web, I started playing the AoE 2 campaigns. Okay, look at the spread on April's. I've never seen this wide of a spread. Really? This is like a tiny bear flag. Stop calling me. Why are the lines playing crisscross applesauce? I just haven't deleted the old ones. Rocket Mortgage pickup. The related tags videos to your stream are market related. Nothing regarding Pickles. Please explain. I don't know. What's the longest you've ever waited with a bid open on an illiquid options move? Oh, couple days. BlackRock calling shill Chinese bonds. The word Q is just a letter Q followed by 4 silent letters. I really don't like this annoying channel chop that the market's doing right now. GME bouncing off all the consolidated EMAs. It looks good. I mean, the bounce here is solid. Post MOASS, there'll be a designated Gherk mobile. We can all purchase same color options, etc. Are you expecting the traditional earnings dump on Wednesday? I think we may have seen most of that shorting occur in advance. Gherk literally manipulate. You buy a call, it goes up. You buy a put, it goes down. I know, it's annoying. Cat broke 200. Take profits or wait? Up 74%. I'm going to sell some. Don't be greedy. I sold some. I covered 65% of my cost basis. If you want to average down Feb calls for GME, would you do it before or after earnings? It's a tough choice. I don't know. Both present opportunities. You have to weigh those. I mean, we could run at earnings given that they've shorted it so much into earnings. And I would expect them to try to, change the predictability of what they do. At the same time, though, earnings may be kind of uneventful, and the price could drop, and IV could crush, and there's an even better opportunity. So I mean, I bought some on Friday. I'm gonna buy probably some after earnings, right? So I've just done both. Is Jimmy expected to beat earnings? There's a couple analyst predictions think that are assuming that they might. Uh, Cash flow is positive. I think if they didn't spend a lot of money this quarter, it's a possibility. Is there an average range of IVs when planning an option strategy? What's considered to be normal IV versus high IV? I mean, normal IV is usually somewhere around like 10 to 20%. And 20% is kind of high. Stocks like stocks like GameStop that are highly volatile have very high IV. Moderna, GameStop, AMC. These are all stocks with very very high IV. You talking about the beautiful cup and handle on a firm? Is it beautiful? Oh, it's pretty nice. A little off. I mean, this may have already been the breakout. I don't know who this is. I plan to do a list of things too bad you were looking for in earnings like you did last time. Maybe, yeah. Good to bad. There's a big push on options. Shorting the stock first and letting it trade sideways into earnings would prove most profitable for them, right? Yeah. But the options that are being bought are in January for the most part. Like the big capital dumps that have come into the GME options chain have been far dated calls. So I think it's more that people are buying the dip than playing earnings. It could be both. I just bought a $200, just a weekly 200 just in case, but fully expect to set that money on fire. Are you gonna stream earnings or are we all on our own? I'll probably stream it. Are you gonna straddle earnings again? Yes. I have like a really big long call position, so I need to hedge that. Not only do I need to hedge it against possible IV crush, but I need to hedge it against like losses, right? And then I can use those profits to then average down if the price drops post earnings. If it doesn't, then I sacrifice a small amount of premium to protect myself, which is worth it. Fintel FTD data site down for GME, but not other stocks. FTD data for today won't be out until the end of the month. What's a straddle? How do I straddle my Feb calls? A straddle is very simple. You simply buy puts to hedge a long position or buy calls to hedge a short position. So you buy like at the money call put and say this is the market price. And that way, whichever way the stock moves, you'll make profits, and your only cost is the premium on the opposing side of the trade. Okay, this is just going to continue to be a downtrend. I guess I'll just play the next bounce. Suspected. GME's right here. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. There you go. I forgot that I checked a firm. Is it true Goldman is leveraged 133 to 1? That seems like kind of a big deal. Thoughts? Seems like kind of a big deal. Speaking of my Goldman calls. Ah! That was right. I wonder how I'm doing on this. I guess I could have bought a little lower. but it looks bullish. Would you wait till after earnings to get leaps? This is clearly going to be the question of the day. Uh, I'm buying some after earnings, yes, but I overbought some before earnings as well. CVV up, insignificant. Yay! Go Spy go! Needs to break this. Where's fucking 458? Did you miss a new Long Johnson? I don't think so. Oh, Shane Moore. Thank you for becoming the Long Johnson. Appreciate that. Dilly Dillerson, in solidarity for the DJ in chat, which was scolded this weekend, but shall not be named, I picked up 2 of the unmentionables for this Friday as MOASS insurance. I also grabbed a reasonable weekly to capture the rip into earnings and a far dated safer call. Hugs, let's fucking go. Thanks, Dilly Dillerson. At least you've hedged your shitty bet with decent ones. You said big money is coming for Jan. Do you think they will sell instead of exercise in Jan since Jan calls going to capture all the price action and that will hurt when they sell? No? Well, that depends, right? If earnings are good, they may be getting a lot of the positions they're getting into are in the money, which infers that they intend to exercise them. They've been buying, I think it was like Friday, there was like $12 million spent on in the money call options for GameStop, which implies that they do fully intend to exercise them. Goldman Sachs was the play all along. I need to actually be watching that because I do have a position there right now. And it is ripping. Oh man, I'm up a lot on that already. Maybe I should just bail. It looks so good though. There's like maybe a little gap to fill there. I feel like it could really come up to like, yeah, I think I'll just hold for now. Now cat. Cat, I'm just gonna keep holding, but I'm gonna set a stop limit. Jesus. Did anybody buy Goldman this morning? Candle body. What a fantastic call that was. Kramer did? Seriously? That's good. Now I know to get out sooner. Yeah, there were, but nobody checked them. It looks like I was right about all of the stocks I mentioned. Do you like far out puts on the SPY? I mean, they're all right. How do the money leaps on XRT? I might buy out of the money puts on XRT. I bought some close cheap weeklies just to learn about options. Hope it's not too much of an expensive lesson. Still have saved money for longer dated calls, but waiting to make them. Careful. Don't be afraid to take profits on GME weeklies. Uh, the chances of it turning around on you are higher than the chances of it running or continuing to run. You add them to the last week's pickle picks tab. I thought they were old. Oh, did I? Okay, that might be my mistake. Son of a bitch, I did. I tagged everybody though. But no, they weren't old. I even said today was T plus 69. I did add them to the wrong tab. That was my mistake. I'm sorry. I was very tired, but I had to wait to see what the Chinese markets did overnight and what the SPY opened at. It wasn't a hidden play. One second. You owe me money. I don't owe you shit. Sorry, obfuscated play. It's not obfuscated, Dr. K. Bite my ass. It says the day it was posted. I even say the word Monday in the post. And additionally, there's dates for weekly options. And I talk about today being 2 plus 69. If you're too smooth to pick up on what I posted this morning, you should be paper trading anyway. You turned off the TD button and front ran us. People thought GS was GameStop. Well, that's dumb. Given that I put a chart of GS right there. I scalped some Cat Weekly this morning and made back a little money I lost last week. Only 8,900 left to recover. I wish Spy would do something besides chopping in these little tiny channels. Oh, fuck me. Nope. Maybe I wasn't wrong. Nope, wrong. Right? Right? Wrong. This is the best. I'm out of luck trying to sell a contract, and the bid is at 0, the ask is at 120, and the mid is 30. Yeah, it doesn't sound great. Oh my god. Once. Uh, Crypto dumped Friday. Remember DD explains the shorting collateral. What? What DD? Just let me know which way you want the stock to move. I'll do the opposite and you'll win. GS shill. I do love GME. It is the best stock in the world. Have you seen the daily stock RSI is bottomed out like it did before the Fed run up? Could be nothing, could be something. It bottomed out a couple other times. I think it bottomed out before August as well. You need to slow your stotch down, by the way. Make sure that you're using like a very smoothed stotch RSI because GME doesn't have a lot of volume. Do you have a speech prepared for when MOASS starts? No, I thought I'd just wing it. Which broker has the best hotkeys functionality? Seems like Schwab and Fidelity are limited in that aspect. Yeah, IBKR is pretty good for hotkeys. WeBull has a few. Ooh, big push. Down to here. Robbed. Thanks, who cares? My brain is smooth enough to counterbalance the Stotch RSI. We're good. How certain of you are you of MOASS? Uh, pretty certain, I would say. Predictions of the highest price. Who the fuck knows? There's absolutely no way to tell. Anybody that has a prediction of a high price during MOASS is a fucking liar or an idiot. So, you know. Hey Greg, I'm back. I haven't been here for 9 weeks. What did I miss? What's up, Jeff G? Glad to be back hanging out all day with you fools. Dan specifically. Welcome back, man. You didn't miss a lot, honestly. Will we ever get the ETF secret realization? Maybe. My prediction is 6 million, and I'm an idiot. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Playing an Iron Condor Credit Weekly, 150, 180. Whoa. Jesus. I'm feeling so validated right now. I'm not going to say that word. Can't wait for Ivy to crush these premiums into the dirt. If folks sell, they're still over leveraged. MOASS is inevitable. True holders see you on the moon. If 50% of people sell, they're still over leveraged. I mean, they are. Dan Almighty for mod. Not happening. That is bad. I really hate the spy today. How come you stopped with a weekly TA forward-looking posts on Reddit? I really miss those as one of the few things to look forward to when the markets were closed, because I don't think we need them. Trust and faith, what a lot of y'all are missing. Inkling or inking. Um, faith in a data-driven system is stupid. Faith is generally stupid. It just implies that you don't understand something. If GameStop was faith based, I'd be fucking out already. George Michaels would like to have a word with you. You could do a weekly stating, I don't think we need these. Here are the DDs covering what you need to know. I could. AMC is faith based. Am I about to be glad that I diamond handed my calls into oblivion? Maybe. Don't you fill this breakout, you bitch. Move it. Pump it up. No one cares about inflation. They're mistaking the words faith and trust. I don't have faith that the DD is correct. Trust that the DD is correct. DFE has faith in his magic 8 ball. Death Cross on GME soon. I mean, it's wouldn't be the first time it's happened. I mean, what do you mean? We've just been flat, right? This should be like the effective SSR. Is that we're just flat. And we're basically flat. It's volatile, but we're trading within a very narrow range. Do you ever have dreams about the stock market? Sometimes. Been here since day one, just silently lurking. When my wife hung our traditional pickle ornament on the Xmas tree yesterday, she cheered "Pickle Guy" and said, "This represents so much more this year." Oh, that's very sweet, Team Bar. Thank you. Do you have dreams about the stock market? Sometimes. They're bullish though. I don't really have too many stock nightmares. I used to, but they've gone away. 2 plus 69 still possible today? I mean, our volume's very high for this time of day already, but I don't think we're going to see 12 million volume unless it all comes in at the end, which it could. Cringe. Go fuck yourself, Sir Dinkus. I just noticed YouTube is showing dislikes again. Good. Sir Dinkus can hit the dislike on his way out the fucking door. Oh, fuck you, spy. What a fucking bitch. I read a theory that shorts close a large junk of their position when they're rebalancing from the Russell to the 3000, 2000 to 1000, 2000 to 1000 Hansworst. Do you think that's possible? I don't think so. I think they used a lot of those freed up shares to resolve FTDs, but I don't think they covered a large part of their short position that way. Can you explain why 2020 August cycle was considered a fail when the price ran into the GME roll date? Wasn't it a roll instead? It didn't, did it? August cycle. There's no August cycle. That's September, dude. And the price fell into the roll date. Like it traded flat and then fell. You're talking about back here? Was it 9.9 or 9.10 last year? And this might have also been like just earnings drop. But the price just ran from the ETF exposure date, and then there was like some gamma exposure that followed that up. Options were very cheap back then. But it had to do with the volume. The volume didn't increase into the roll date. You can't really tell a lot by the price action from back then. You have to look at the volume. Ugh. But where did the stock go? There it is. Ooh, trend line. Your sneezes are gross. I know. You blew the stock away with this violent sneezes. Sneeze before the rip. Thoughts on SPY? It's going up. I mean, It's up a chunk today. I think it'll go up more. I'm just waiting. Check Discord DMs. What do we got? We got a Dan's chant. I'm gonna have to listen to this.
Dan's have died. Dans have risen. Dans will come again.
That's beautiful. I wonder how many false breakouts the SPY is going to have today before it actually breaks 459. Dan's are Catholic? I don't know. I hedge with usually in the money puts. Parabolic. Sometimes deep in the money puts. About 655 CC for June 3 months ago. Should see the blips be happening. 600, 1200% run ups. Why? What? There are no 655 Cs for June. I don't know what you're talking about. If you have allergies, it reduces the valve enzyme in cat saliva when they grew them and nearly eliminates allergies. It works. That's fucking awesome. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. There's also like a shot you can get for your cat that like reduces that as well, I think. Grabbed one 220C for Feb 18th. Going to grab the rest of the earnings. Enjoy the stream today. Thanks for all you do, bud. Thanks, Dylan. How much time do you generally buy for an in the money put hedge? Oh, I buy them way out. I'm going to buy for earnings. I already know I'm buying April 20% in the money puts. That's what I'm hedging with. And I fully intend to sell them the day after earnings, regardless of the direction the price moves. They're super fucking expensive. I realize most people can't do that. Last time I hedged with weekly puts, but I got IV crushed hard. So I still made a profit on them, but only because they tanked the price so hard. Just tuned in. Boring day so far? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty flat. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. This looks interesting. Fuck, I should have bought it earlier. Spy Head and Shoulders on the 5-minute. Possibly. I'm waiting for the other shoulder to form. It could be a descending Head and Shoulders. Yep. Options, puts. Three. 458. 3. What are you thinking the SPY will hit today? I mean, if it ever actually breaks out. This looks good. I think it could fill a little bit to the upside at least. There's a gap at 462, which could be interesting. It just needs to break 459 today, though, really, really badly. With a put hedge like that, what percentage of your total call delta do you buy? 1-1. The ones I was looking at for like this price range were what was it? I was thinking about getting like maybe 200s to hedge. But maybe 220s don't look so bad either. It's about 0.6, negative 0.6 for the delta. But yeah, if it moves against me, I won't lose a lot very quickly. What's the significance of filling the gap? Market makers want to fill orders at that price. Feb 200 calls looking good. Do you think IV drops after earnings? Trying to time a good entry and would like IV a little lower. It could. It might not though. So I bought some on our most recent dip on Friday. I will probably buy some post earnings as well. Hails! Hey Greg, been missing my favorite cult. The Seaman Demons have been a lot the last couple of weeks. Hope you're hanging in there, Hail's husband. Thank you, Hails. What if you like all your call quantity tells us some equal amount of leverage? Do you base your put quantity on some fraction of that total quantity delta? I'm basing my puts on capital invested. Um so I'm hedging the position 30% to the downside. So if it tanks, I'll still sustain a small loss, but hopefully that will be made up for by the puts. But no, I don't put that much thought into it either. Quick name. So it is not a delta neutral hedge, if that's what you're asking. Am I trying to delta neutral hedge? No. Lots of volume on costs and BBBY. Yeah. I think XRT ran a bit today too. Yeah, the spy is really not wanting to trade outside of this tiny little channel. Spy doing spy things. It is. I just picked up a Spy 690C for June. Jesus Christ. Why do I detect a Colorado accent? I have no idea, Trina. I've been to Colorado once. I don't think I picked up an accent for the 13 hours that I was there. When Feb 300C under 1K? Maybe next month. What are they at right now? Radionomy customer support. Your free trial period for Winamp 5.8 has expired. Please don't forget to purchase a new copy for all your oral pleasure. Otherwise, please discontinue use as we have no way of stopping you other than the honor system. Thank you very much. What was I looking at? Oh, GameStop options. Oh, bullshit. Febs 300s. That's not right. Those are puts. Calls 12.4. I mean, you either need IV to come down on these a little bit more, or you're gonna have to wait for some theta decay. Do you then roll your long calls lower strike price with puts money? Yes. I take the profits from the puts and then put it into my long position to offset whatever loss occurs. So I take the money and I average down. The New York accent that people are familiar with doesn't really exist outside of like Long Island, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. Yeah, Long Island, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. I lived in Southern California for a long time. I probably have a bit of an accent from there. What about a Boston accent? Harlem accent's heavy as fuck too. Queen's accent? This just kind of goes along with Long Island. I don't know. I went to good schools, so I didn't get a New York accent. Just moved to New York to be closer to BlackRock. Can you do a Cockney accent? No, but I didn't have like a lot of exposure to it. Have you checked out Taco? Plus 65%. Holy shit. Why is Del Taco ripping? This had to have been like a share buyback or something, or a reverse split. Seriously, again? Jack in the Box is buying Del Taco? That's amazing. They're going to ruin it. Ruin what? Not a fan of Jack in the Box. No. Maybe Jack in the Box tacos will get better. Maybe. I request a pull for Del Taco tacos. It's so regional though. Like so many people have no fucking clue what you're talking about. I can't move my right arm. All right, Carl. I don't know what you want me to do with that. Do, do you need help? How did you type that message? I've been to Oklahoma City for 5 years. Never had Del Taco yet, but one is by my house. Spicy Jack quesadillas smothered in Del Inferno sauce are one of my favorite drunk foods. It's just sore from the tattoo. Oh, what did you get a tattoo of, Carl? Carl got a tattoo of AMC. It's in Pigeon Whale chat. Where is it? Oh, that's cool. It's like an axe wolf guy. President Darth Dan is freezing in his own home. Do I cut my loss here? Or does it continue to drop? Why did KFC and Taco Bell merge? I think because they're both owned by Pepsi. I don't like In and Out. It's fine, but that's it. It's not like special or amazing in any way. This recovery day on the SPY is complete bullshit. Stop trading between my strikes, you absolute piece of crap. Come on, you failed a long term trend. Just drop. Taco now trading above the buyout price. Arbitrage. I feel like some of the stands touched Girk in the wrong way behind the In and Out dumpster. I think the thing I hate most about Chick-fil-A and In and Out is just the overwhelming positivity of their employees. Like, if I'm eating fast food, I'm doing it begrudgingly, and I don't want somebody trying to hype it up to me while I'm trying to do bad things to my body. Like White Castle, no one's happy. Everyone's fucking miserable at a White Castle. That's how it should be. I hate that they have people standing outside their building in the drive-through. In-N-Out pays their employees like 22. Yeah, I know they pay a lot. I had a friend who was a manager there who did quite well. Turd. But like I still want them to at least pretend. Like when I order a fucking burger and fries, I don't want somebody to enjoy the experience of them making it for me. Myrna, holy drop. I'm glad I bought those puts. How much did it drop? I should really be watching this one also. Oh, this is beautiful. Hmm. Dillard's is up today. Unreasonable. What do you think of Matt Kors? Do you think he's a shill? I mean, like a professional one? No, I mean he's like a shill for himself, which I guess there's really nothing wrong with per se. I think he does a lot to misinform his community of viewers, and I think he knows better. I think he knows enough that he knows the harm he's doing and doesn't give a shit. Yeah, new camera. I got it last week. Cat new high. It's doing good. I'm just waiting. I think it'll break like or at least like test 20250, maybe 205. I'm I'm way up and I already took a little bit of profits. I'm way up in the rest of my position, so I have some room to follow this. Ew. Why is GME going down again? The SPY's not going down. What's our low for today? 163.20. We should buy some more jam calls. What's up, Garrick? Think Baba will sustain this bounce? Maybe. I don't know why Baba's bouncing, but it is. It looked good in the pre-market too. Oh yes. Yes, drop. Drop, drop, drop. Harder. Fuck. I hate the market so much today. Oh, guys, it's Cough Burp. What's up, Cough Burp? Ever get to play the game? Is this a heart attack or am I just drinking too much coffee? No. That's. I feel like. I think that happens to people who have caffeine sensitivity. Could be using those to push it down. Yeah. I think they used some of those this morning too. Please won't anyone think of Wetzel's pretzels? Baba got a new CFO. Oh, okay. So there's a little bit of news. What do you think of April 300 call? It's probably pretty solid. I mean, how rampant do you think insider trading is? I operate under the assumption it's full on status quo. Um, like actual legally defined insider trading, fairly rare. Most people are pretty cautious about that. But you know, you hear things, right? And maybe you shouldn't have heard those things. But anytime someone opens their mouth about something big, someone's gonna make money on it, right? Insider trading's really it's more about who makes the money on it than it is about doing something illegal. What are your thoughts on outsider trading? Have you heard of a company named Miso Robotics? They have selected White Castle stores that they're using robotics to make the food. That's kind of cool. What's wrong with you, Bob? Thoughts on this dip? They're gonna let it dip more before earnings and then let it rip, or are they gonna dip it and then some more dips for the dip? It's tough to say. I think they're maybe shorting into earnings to keep sentiment away. Um, I think the stock's pretty illiquid. We have, December 9th or December 17th approaching quickly. I don't think they want a shitload of call volume on the chain when they have to cover their exposure. So I'm just saying Forbidden Febs are looking interesting to me. I can't wait to exercise those big boys for the crew. Hugs. I just want the SPY to do something. It's just not doing it's just trading between my two strikes and burning all my theta. Actual piece of shit. Where's JPow? Can't JPow? Is JPow going to talk today? Does he have any talks planned? I want him to say something bullish. Or bearish. I don't care. Just don't say anything neutral. I know your stance on getting high, but if Snoop passes you a blunt, you're hitting it, right? No. No, even from Snoop Dogg, I would not smoke weed. I still not to listen to YouTube GME guys. I don't think that person has ever listened to Gurk. I don't think most of them do. But they have a lot of opinions on me. We're still above EMA 60 on the 1 week. Still room to drop. Sarcasm, boredom, huge reach. I mean, yeah, if you want to go out to the weekly time scale, of course there's more room to drop. Join the Theta gang. Join us. What if JPow hands you the blunt? Done. Then all my rules go out the window. Once Snoop passes you a blunt, he doesn't stop passing you blunts. Easy, just create your own new derivative that goes up in price the longer the stock does jack shit. What? That's not a new derivative. You can just do that. What option activity tracker do you use? The one for your DD this morning looks nice. Oh, that's Shift Search, Bob Smith. It's free. Slow, but free. Shiftsearch.com. Not paying me for this sponsorship. They should be, but they're not. Marantz Rants is obsessed with Gurk. Who the fuck is that? I don't know who these people are. I don't care about them or their shitty opinions. They can get in line behind Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's also not paying me for anything. I really have a lack of corporate sponsors. I should do something about that. Fuck yes. Oh man. This is nice. This is very nice. Astro and Charlie's vid want your help with the AMC mystery of why it hasn't MOASSed yet. Oh boy. How dare you show me these free services? Look at the latest GME article in the WeBull newsfeed. What does it say? Stephen Cohen backed startup wants you to be able to buy and sell Tesla stock on a Saturday if Elon Musk tweets. What the fuck? They want more derivatives for their derivatives.
Shift search has been accurate so far. I've checked it a bunch. If you're looking for sponsors, I know of like-minded group of folks who will raise some pennies to show some magically powerful strike prices. Hugs. Oh boy. I'll look into it, Jose. Are you gonna keep your previous streams up after MOASS? Sure. You mentioned December 17th. Can you go into more detail? Haven't really cared to check SS anymore. Real Training LLC. Um, Check out the DD I have linked down below, the Book of MOASS, and that should give you or MOASS the trilogy. Sorry, that should give you a better idea of kind of what I'm focused on recently. Um, but December 17th, ETF index leap expiry and GME options expiration, likely leading to gamma exposure in T+2 window. Warren Buffett, Chair Powell, Martha Stewart, Snoop, Stepdaddy Gensler are all in a circle, and Warren Buffett will tell you his real keys to investing. You sitting in the circle? I mean, I'd love to. That sounds like a good time. You can expect GME to increase on fundamentals when it's realized stability and reported earnings per share. And then yes, it could explode. Um, Omicron may signal the end of COVID-19. Is this just hedge funds using MSM to pump travel stocks before they dump them again? Possibly. I mean, hedge funds own most of the media outlets, right? And so they're obviously going to push whatever narrative. Like they don't necessarily make shit up, but they'll just push whatever narrative they feasibly can in order to like make money, right? Like, of course. So apparently AMC is releasing an NFT for shareholders, but all you have to do to be eligible is tick a box saying I own AMC. I mean, I guess that gives a share count. Last one because I'm broke. Pickle Morty, Ham Banan, Trash Dan, a fat blunt, and a Wendy's dumpster. Who says no? Hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. Uh, what'd you learn about with your finance degree? Nothing. Anything related to market mechanics? Basically, no. You learn some macroeconomic stuff, but that's about it. It's pretty fucking useless. At least in regards to what I do now. I can't say I've gotten a lot of value out of it. What's one last question? What's the lowest price you expect the hedge funds to drive GME to before a reversal? I mean, I think we already saw a reversal uh, last Friday. I don't even smoke. PM should know that. Awkward. DWAC being investigated by the SEC and FINRA because it was a big pump and dump. Holy shit, the spy's doing a thing, sort of, maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty much true. It's like all the things I said about DWAC came completely true. It was a big pump and dump, and now it's being investigated for fraud. JPal's alarm went off. We're fine now. Thank God. You know what it is? He's probably in Jackson Hole right now. Inverse head and shoulders into nothing. Why does this spy hate 458.30 so much? These calls. I know if I sell these calls, it's going to rip. Baba should correct to the downside this week, right? Right? Please. Doesn't have to do anything. Can Ryan Cohen talk now? Is he still under gag order? Is he still under the gag order? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Loop ring spiking. This is where that's it. Where is my fucking loop ring wallet? There we go. Unfucking believable. Is the spy just in a big ascending triangle right now? Sort of. But shitty. For what reason do they have a sell wall on GME at 163? I would guess that they don't want it to cross that price. Oh. That's funny. My auto buy of $100 of loop ring filled at 181, which was 1 penny off the low. That's fantastic. So this is the account I bought a membership on. Welcome, Joey Alford. Thanks for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll add you to the Dillionaires Country Club. So Russell. I mean, the Russell 1000 is mostly just Apple, so I can just track the SPY.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Why would you buy a zombie stock? I mean, it might bump. Just, I guess you can just hold it until something happens. So explain what the expert market actually does to me. What? Oh, I mean, I think they're getting rid of those like bankrupted stocks. I don't really have a price target for when MOASS starts, but more a volume and price action. I expect if the ask side of the order book is cleared and GME is gapping up repeatedly into halts, that's going to indicate a short squeeze, and in which case I will be, well, not here anymore. So you're saying DFV's shares are all in a brokerage where he can't DRS them? Curious. Oof. Oh, I thought you meant E-Trade. Is eToro the British one? eToro is the British one, right? They're English. Greg secretly wants to get into the parking lot business with me pissed MOASS. We could talk. Oh, I'm well aware the cat is above $200 right now. Believe me. If it breaks 202.50, whew, profits. I'm already pretty excited. I'm not gonna lie. I fucking love Caterpillar. I do. I'm adding it to my list of stocks I like a lot. I wish something would happen here. Like, at least fill my stop loss. Spotify's about to move up, it looks like. I was just looking on the daily. Maybe not a lot, but don't play Spotify. It moves extraordinarily slow. It's almost always a terrible idea. Holy shit. GameStop is not coming up with the SPY at all. Why? Can you discuss a bit more about when we exercise in the money calls to inflict the most pain? Say we really start running in January. It looks like MOASS. Do I go ahead and execute Febs? Yeah, sure. Yeah, if we're running, right? If GameStop is running, that means that they need liquidity. They need shares, right? So if it's just ripping out of control, then you know, exercising at that moment puts a lot of pressure on them because it means they have to find more shares. And if we're really squeezing, then it puts a ton of pressure on them. This is beautiful. No. 75% up on a bit of cat myself. Dude, awesome. Ah, oh, you fucking bitch. Is there a price point where you expect to have exercised most of your GME options? Or maybe another way of putting it, is there a price point where we can exert maximum pressure with exercising? I mean, the better ratio you have on the exercise, the more pressure it applies, right? I mean, if we hit, you know, shit, I don't know. If we hit like 20,000 a share, right? And you can sell one share and exercise a contract for 100, like a 200C. Like, obviously, that's insane, right? Like, the amount of pressure that applies. Because you essentially increase your shareholding by 1 to 99. No, I'm sure DFE held his options long enough that I'm sure that they were hedged by the time he exercised them. I know, Spison and Ascending. Theta Gang sends their regards. Seriously. Steve Cohen still go on dates with Guy Ferrari? Is 20,000 real to you? I mean, it's possible. If we get a volatility squeeze into a gamma squeeze into a short squeeze on GameStop, um, the sky is really the limit. Like, it can just keep running and running and running until something stops it. Um, Interesting. Citadel's been getting a lot of bad press lately. I'm sure that they're trying to keep investors from bailing. If we think 1,000 to 5,000 is a danger zone for short hedge fund failed calls, not just short hedge funds, market makers, would it not make sense to exercise most of one's calls in that range? It does, yes. Do you think the hedgies blame DFV for everything that happened with GME? Maybe. I doubt they're that focused on him personally. 70% gain on Cat Jan 200C. Stopped out of the last position, took profits this time. Looking forward to the next dip to the 190s to re-enter. Nice, dude. It just broke 250, so I'm hanging on. I'm feeling good about a couple more bucks here. I think the short interest on GameStop is too high for them. I think they're trying to get GameStop into a position where it'll squeeze out like Tesla, but I think the short interest is too high. And Cohen has publicly stated that he's not very interested in stock splits. So for them to get the liquidity necessary might be difficult. What else happens? What happens to the hedgies after the dust settles? I mean, whoever's remaining will just buy all the other ones' assets for nothing, and consolidate and become bigger. Do you think if MOASS happens and Ken loses Citadel, Gabe Plotkin will die of natural causes? I'm still trying to wrap my head around the time they have left. Those puts expire in January, right? Those puts have nothing to do with that at all, X. I feel like I've explained this to you multiple times. They are simply part of their like replicating basket of a volatility hedge. What has become interesting is RC has to realize by now that the long-term future of GameStop will likely depend on how this plays out for its investors. Likely either a win-win or lose-lose. Possibly. It's okay. I know everyone's very interested in how the in the money puts affect things. 202.69. I think I'm gonna exit a little more of my caterpillar position real quick. 1 second, guys. Let me fix this. My remaining cat calls are now just a free ride. I think GME does a small share offering during MOASS, like 10,000 shares or something. It's possible. I'm sure there'll be pressure on them to do that. Remember Glacier Capital? Have you checked out the bazillion puts lately asking for a friend? Oh, Jesus. I have a CDS at 2230 to 40 and the short side is wrecked. Should I use cash to get out of the short and ride the long into Valhalla expiry January 21, 22? You could. CDS. Credit default swap? One of the main things I would say about GameStop earnings is how many times, if any, does the written report mention short squeeze? The last earnings report, it mentioned that phrase 6 times. And they mention it in every report so far. Where do you personally hold your shares? In a bunch of different brokerages. Dan Almighty, Girk's cat. When did RC say he didn't want a stock split? He's said a few times that he doesn't agree with stock splits. He doesn't like them. I forget the source. There is one though. So the statement was public. Maybe someone can find it for me. I don't have it readily accessible. I'm not sure. It might have been the Chewy IPO. I mean, it's not uncommon to not agree with a stock split. Like if you're a CEO and you're growing a company, you want to reward the investors that were with you for the long haul, right? Not the ones that get in when you add liquidity to the market, right? If Adam Aaron announced he was personally hold 1 million shares of GME, would you consider that bullish or bearish news? That would be pretty bullish, right? But if you had 1 million shares of GME, you would have had to have filed something. Stock split's not equal to share offering. No, it's not. Do you think Adam Aaron is applying for one of those NFT gigs at GME? Maybe. The OG shareholders are the ones that get newly created shares, right? But it adds liquidity. And also, since Cohen hasn't affected the rest of his buy-in, it puts his position at risk and opens him up for a hostile takeover. So I don't think a stock split is happening. It's highly unlikely. I also don't think a share offering is happening because it would dilute his position, which is something he really only wants to minimally do. I can't see him wanting to do another share offering. But both of them put his position as chairman of GameStop and large owner of the company at risk. And if he's really developing something groundbreaking, he's going to want to try to protect that as much as he can, right? Does that mean I should have filed something for owning my 1 million shares? You don't own 1 million shares, Moonwin. Shut up. You don't know my life. Yes, I do. Can you make a broker tier list? Probably. But there's a lot of brokers that are probably fine that I just know nothing about. What would happen if they would acquire someone else and change the ticker? Like a delisting? I mean, probably nothing. If they were acquired by somebody else, that could create some pretty crazy shit. Do one hole for holding shares, then for options. Can we start a hot or not for brokers? T plus 69, no show. I mean, yeah. It looks like FTDs are rolling in, but not on GameStop. The day's not over, however, and we are just now approaching 1269. I need to update Reddit real quick. I mean, we have double an average trading days volume already, and it's only 1239. So I do think something could happen. Do you have any hopes or expectations for earnings? I do, Lulu. I hope they announce better EPS or positive EPS and then nothing else. They benefit from the expected T plus 69, don't they? Yes. Everyone, Superstonk has confirmed that all brokers will go out of business during MOASS. Why, you ask? Because fidelity and other things of that nature. Plus, there were other people commenting saying so. Precisely, Ben. brokerages that have survived not only the dot-com bubble, but the trillions in losses that occurred in 2008 are absolutely going to go under because of MOASS. GEX window starts for FTDs on December 17th. It's not for FTDs, it's for GEX, Scorpion. So the FTDs are then created from the gamma exposure. Like that. Not rumor is GameStop. Amazon is on GameStop as an acquisition target. That'd be fucking nuts. What rumor? Show me any validity of that rumor, and I'll buy some more calls. Gherkin, when MOASS happens, are you planning to sell shares through your broker? Yes. Are you planning to sell shares through computer share, assuming you DRS'd? I have not DRS'd, so I will not be selling any shares through computer share currently. There's a 250K limit per share. It's fine. They have to change it when the price increases. Okay. What does that make GME shares worth as much as Amazon stocks like right now? It's like buying discounted Amazon shares now. I don't think that's happening. Looking at the hourly, I don't know. I don't watch MACD on GameStop on the hourly. It doesn't trade enough volume for it to be reliable. Can I DM you a tweet on Discord if that makes you happy, X? What about withdrawing money from Fidelity? I thought there was like a daily withdrawal limit of $50,000 or something like that. Webslinger, why the fuck do you need to withdraw more than $50,000 a day from your bank? Like, oh, I gotta wait 2 days to buy a Tesla with cash. Like, what the fuck? Also, you can wire transfer your money out of Fidelity in excess of that amount. Six business days to buy a Lambo. What a terrible position to be in. How awful. What FUD. Jesus Christ. What are you doing with all this money, Webslinger? You know you can just get a loan on the value of your account, right? Like you can invest all of that money that is in your Fidelity account and just get a loan from someone against your investments. T+6 Lambo confirmed. At the money puts hedged by out of the money calls, bearish straddle. How did I do? I don't know. You tell me. Like, that's a bearish straddle. Or a little bit. Usually a bearish straddle would be like a ratio of puts to calls, and not so much buying one further out of the money. So you would have like 2 puts to 1 call. Fuck you, spy. That's possible. Last year, 250k dupes were placed that expire in Jan. What the fuck are dupes? Deep out of the money puts? Those are a volatility hedge. They're already explained by far more well-written DD that's not just taking other people's ideas and representing them, Scorpion. Or trying to tie them into bullshit tweets. I don't know how DDs that just represent information that everybody should understand already get any traction. Especially when they represent the information incorrectly. How much IV crush do you figure there will be on Feb calls? I'm wanting to get some, but I know that if earnings are good, it won't matter. But I don't want to get crushed and lose like 30% to IV. I don't think the IV is up 30% on Feb calls right now. I think at the money IV on Febs is like 100 and something. So I would say that, you know, even with a crush, they're not going to drop a lot. They're pretty far out. I don't think earnings is going to affect them a lot. Like, I mean, the IV on those calls probably isn't going to go below, 90 anytime soon. I'm not angry. As long as there's a lot of words, it'll get 5k likes on Supersonic, I guess. Did you see the video where that kid asked you for help? No. What about near the money calls? What about like 300s? Not near the money calls? 300s? I mean, those will suffer a little more IV crush. I don't know why that dude copied. Did somebody copy your question? That's fucking weird. Maybe they're just trying to get your question noticed because they also want to ask that question. One sec. Don't you think we should have FTDs today, though? Yeah, we should have FTDs, and I think we're seeing them. But that, like, just because we have FTDs doesn't mean the price is going to skyrocket, right? First of all, it has to be a large number of FTDs. We have volume, and it's still not the mid-afternoon. And generally, they cover their FTDs with block orders through dark pools. It's because the large majority of super stockers refuse to learn a thing about the market, investing, or trading since it started. That's why bad DD is prolific. Fair enough. The ghost Dan. I mean, some people just don't have time to learn. Some people don't want to. A lot of people are in it for totally different reasons. They're in it to like crush the hedgies and beat Wall Street. So, I mean, it depends, but yeah, I do agree that there is an inordinate amount of shit DD that gets hyped up. Like, what was that one from like the Bat like a week ago? That was complete fucking garbage. Not only should it have been removed by the mods, it should have been denounced in every way. But that doesn't happen. There's no like filter for DDs, right? Like they just get published, and then I guess they're believed on the grounds of, I don't know what, like the like little icon at the top. But there's always been bad DD, right? Like everything short. The ceiling boxed DD. Or seller boxed. That was terrible. GameFi trifecta of narratives. Who the fuck is this guy? I don't know who this person is. I mean, the seller boxing DD was taking a system that is irrelevant to GameStop and trying to apply it to GameStop. While they may have been trying to seller box GameStop at some point, they failed. So it's really not, it really didn't add anything, right? It just made people worry about something that wasn't applicable. So what's the best DD that SS has done besides your own? The ETF DDs were excellent. I leave me anons. Turdferg's written good stuff. Yella, Linux. Oh, there's one specific one that Zinko's DD is excellent. I don't think it's on Superstonk, but it's on DD into GME. Very well researched, excellent DD on volatility swaps or variance swaps. Rick of Spades DD. There's more. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. Yeah, Pone's DD. Well, that's like also like I think a lot of that ties in with Linuxus's DD. Like they're on the same thing. Braca, maybe. I'm trying to think of one. I read the House of Cards trilogy every morning over breakfast and every night before I go to bed. Why? There's a lot of inaccuracies in those DDs. J Fresh's T plus 69. We'll see. It's almost time. Some of Crayons DDs are good. They definitely highlighted things early on that people should have been looking into more, even if they highlighted those things incorrectly. It opened up, avenues of thought that people should go down. Various DD on swaps used to hide SI. Individually, they weren't great, but altogether, they were decent. Yeah, they were fine. I mean, that was kind of just me and him. I think right around the same time, arrived at the conclusion that they were using futures to hide their original short interest. I mean, there were a lot of ways of proving how bad it went for the short hedge funds. I don't think there's I think my biggest issue is I don't think SLD has that big of an effect, and I don't think there's an algorithm that decides all price movement on GameStop. But it's okay to recognize someone's work and effort without necessarily agreeing with the thesis. If you had money to invest, would you buy now or wait until after earnings? Why not both? There was a lot of conspiratorial assumptions in Adabit's DDs. If you go from the assumption that crime is being constantly committed, then you could never prove anything, right? Because everything is possible. So you can't work from that assumption and produce any results. When you buy more calls in December 20th, I'll probably buy them before then, in case they try to hedge in advance again. Can you please explain in layman's terms what a future contract is with stocks? I've read a lot, but cannot form a good picture in my head. A futures contract is sort of a contract that agrees that to sell or buy an asset at a specific date and a specific price. It's kind of like an options contract, similar. Typically, how much percent gain on a SPY call do you consider closing your position? It depends. Say a Jan 3D call. You'd have to tell me more about the actual call. Where do you buy futures contracts in the futures market? Yeah, you are obliged with a futures contract, but there's a lot of other differences as well. But you can cash settle futures contracts, Jetil, instead of fulfilling the obligation, unless it's a commodity or something, or a forward and it has a deliverable. Volume picking up on GME. Good. Wait. Oh, volume. That was wrong. I read the wrong volume. Whoops. I updated the post with the wrong volume. Does my mom own GME? No. Starts JFresh chat. JFresh. Okay, Pickle Boy. I just bought a 200 Feb call. Gonna watch the next few days to average down. The goal, exercise one contract during the spike. Want to do my part. Can we be friends now? Can always be friends. I don't hate anybody. I just don't like. Why weren't we friends? I don't even remember. Good for you, man. I hope you make a shitload of money. At this point, I just want to break even on my chain calls so I can roll them. Can't afford to average down. Fair. When we release the moon, you should release 510 sneakers. All right, fair. But I don't hate anyone more than anyone else. Ivy been creeping down this whole time. We were slowly going up in price. Well, remember what I said last week? Like they want to drop the price and then crush Ivy, right? So if they drop the price fast, right, then they can just use this period to crush Ivy and get it low. Hey, money. This is totally reasonable. It's time for 1269. Let's ride. I always knew 1269 would be MOASS. CS buying in, right? No. And that was earlier, remember? James Ellers, good Halo Infinite game yesterday, Gurk. That wasn't me. I don't play that game. What's Halo Infinite? Is it more expensive for them to use futures to hide SI than equity swaps? I thought the futures was just to give them an excuse to print shares as activities. It could be. I think the reason that like a single stock future is more beneficial is they don't have to. They can internalize the contract and they don't have to report it. Also, no OI showing up, right? So nobody can see their position. Was that 2 billion load of Melvin used for collateral to cover their short position? It was probably used as collateral to increase their margin so they didn't get called. Or I guess they try to crush the IV after a steep drop to get people to panic sell their calls at a loss. Yeah, that too. I hope nobody panic sold their long-term calls at a loss. That would be shitty. I hope people held through the dip, relying on the thesis that the stock will go back up. Like all dips on GameStop, we do recover. They are just simply buy signals. The bottom of our dips are just like some of the best buy signals in the market in terms of reliability. Ding ding. 1269. I don't have a 1269 song. Do I need one? No, that's fine. I'll just play the Power Hour song.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I wish I could variant swap my bills. Yeah, I'm back down. Was that it, Jay Fresh? Was that the whole thing? What's your favorite GME meme to date? I don't know. Probably the ones that like the people in this channel have made. Fun MOASS, guys. Relax. It's got to consolidate. Here in Rhode Island, you can with utility bills. I roll them quarterly and then pay with no premium. What do you think about the Ghislaine Maxwell trial? I don't give a shit. I've noticed all the spikes today were a resultant of the 1 million candles of approximately 40K volume. Would love to get your thoughts on this. I know I've asked a couple times and I'll stop asking now. 1 minute candles of approximately 40K volume. Probably covering FTDs when the ask is nice and thick, right? So if the ask side of the order book is stacked, they can jam a lot of volume up against it and cover their FTDs without spiking the price too hard. Are you buying puts as a safeguard to offset LCs going into earnings? Yes. I'm buying April 20% in the money puts, or like a negative 0.6 delta. Up 25% on my cat weekly from this morning, and Gherk we trust. That's awesome, dude. What's pissing me off is my Visa call. My like one Visa call is outperforming everything by like a lot. How's what Goldman Sachs doing? Oh, GS is back up. Nice. Maybe I should sell now. That's like some solid improvement, right? I shouldn't get greedy here. When did I buy? I put a 9. My order filled at 938. What's the price? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna sell. That's enough. Oh, I still think MOASS is on in January. And I mean, I still think that even if retail isn't interested in options now, they will be. Like when the FOMO comes in, like institutions are already buying calls, buying a lot of calls. And I expect that to only increase as we move towards January. So, if retail doesn't want to get into calls early, they'll do what they did last year and FOMO into weeklies, right? Like, I don't think anything's really going to change on that front, right? Like, I still think we're going to run hard in January. It's just that I think there's an opportunity there to actually set off a gamma squeeze and blow this thing out of the water. Thoughts on Ford Leaps 20C? Probably fine. I think Tesla's biggest competitor right now. I'm sure some value will flow their way. Don't forget their float's gigantic, and that stock is super, super slow moving. But $20 seems to be its resistance. What percentage of your portfolio do you like to keep liquid at any one time? Ideally, normally like 60%. I think right now my liquidity is like around 30-ish, but that's just because I have so much money tied up in Caterpillar and GameStop. How much profit did you make on Visa? Oh, my Visa call is like 3x right now. But I just bought one because I was like, Visa always fucks me on the $200 resistance. Check out the remade album covers I sent you on Discord. That's fucking amazing. Guys, don't forget to check out my new Christmas special. I'll add it to the merch store at the end of the week. That way everyone can pick these up for the holidays. God, I can't unsee. Kirk looking dummy thick. How much loop ring you holding? I don't know. Like, I have a recurring buy set. Let me see. I have 2,300 with a cost basis of 0.48. Why is everyone buying loop ring? Who knows? What's a better contract to pick up before earnings as a long-term hold? Feb 250 or April 300? I'd imagine they're priced similarly. I think the Aprils are less affected by earnings IV, so that could be a positive. Appreciate what you do. Thanks for keeping it real. Much love. Thank you, Bertus. I appreciate that, man. I had to change to 1080p. When do you plan on buying your third share? You know what? Oh no. I have too much money tied up in options right now. I can't buy it. This is bullshit. I need to add money to this account. I don't want to, though. I hate putting money in here. Lost a lot on bad weekly plays. Listened to you and now made my first few $100s on good spy calls that were 0 DTE for a change. Thanks. Awesome, Nisquick. Glad to hear that, man. I think I traded the spy all day today, I think for a net profit of like $24. So it was exciting. BlackRock must pay you nice. 3 shares. No, still 2. Still just 2. I need the stock to run just a little because I want this call option I bought to purchase me another share of GameStop just to prove a point. I got bit by an insect on my hand and it's painful. Push is a win. Yeah. Which broker you use to buy cryptos on? I use Binance and Coinbase Pro. Baba getting shorted. Bed bugs again? No, I don't think so. I think it's like maybe a spider bite. I was cleaning shit yesterday, so there was a bunch of spiders. Something's coming. I don't know if it's gonna happen or not. So here's my question. Do I sell the option at 1 share of GameStop or 2? You said you wanted to run, so the call gets you another share. What did you get? I got a 180 for Friday. I bought it at $8. It is now up $53. I hope it goes up more. Isn't an option 100 of shares? Yes, it is critical hits. Exercise an out of the money call just to prove a point. Let's just say you're guaranteed the 2. Oh, absolutely nothing. I'll probably hold this call until it's worthless. This breakout is not very stellar. I think we look good for a little bit of move to the upside for the rest of today. Slow, but good. I just want this double bottom to finish playing out on Caterpillar. I love how Caterpillar just absorbs all my GameStop losses. Oh, more up. Chart today looks like 824. That happens frequently. That's because they cover with dark pools, so the orders print in the midday. How much money total is needed to buy 1 Feb 200 right now? $25 or 2,500. There we go. It's a green color. The SPY just gapped up. Or no, cat did. Cat gapped up. Bigly. Twice. I think I'm going to sell some more cat calls. Take a little bit of profits. If we go up like $2 more, I'll have bought 1 share of GameStop for 15 minutes worth of work. 30 minutes? Maybe it was like 30 minutes. Missed a Dillionaire. Oh shit. Ryan Shanley. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is over. I appreciate it, man. It's like not a lot of resistance between where we're trading and 180. Max Payne at 195, don't forget.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Well, let's take a look. Nope. Nope. There we go. GME. Looks like a lot of 110 puts are being sold. And a lot of calls coming in. So those are probably spreads. Some 180s, December, Feb 250s. Big spike in Feb 250s. The institutions are reading my DDs. Haha! Success. December 10th. That's probably just for today. Jan 2950s coming in pretty strong. Looks good. They're being sold. They're not being bought. Those puts are being sold. It's a bull spreads. So people are selling puts and buying calls with the credit. What's that app? Shiftsearch.com. Stoners buying 110s. Yeah, selling puts is a bullish indicator. Thank you, Carl. It's free. It's a free options tracker, which is not something that's easy to find. So it's very valuable. How is my fucking sell order not filled? Oh. That's too many digits. Sorry, one sec, guys. Now it should fill. I know you have a connection with ShiftSearch. Is there any plan for alerts or a paid service for real-time faster data? He hasn't really. So yeah, this is a long story, but I know a guy who works for the company that's Vesca Technologies. As he works in like programming or feature design or something like that. He's the one who told me about this in the first place. I don't know. I don't think he's allowed to talk about it too much. I've asked him if they plan on adding more features or a paid version, and he hasn't really told me. I think it's more they're testing like proof of concept than anything else. I know they have some other successful paid products that are used institutionally, but nothing for retail yet. Yeah, I heard about Citadel reducing their investor withdrawal. Can you show host on shift how to differentiate between a sold call and a purchase call? Well, the bid ask spread. So you have bid ask. If the option is very far to this side, sold, very far to this side, bought. And if it's right in the middle, there's really no way to tell. Can you tell me how to take my negative $10 and turn it into $1 million? I need an AI stock picking program so I can just push play and forget it. Fortunately, it doesn't work. AIs aren't very good. I don't think AIs or algorithms are very good at predicting sentiment. You can have all the technical data in the world and do all the math you want, and the market will still just act completely illogically. What am I clipping, turd? How spread works? You're like a shill chameleon. First SPY, Goldman Sachs, now Shift Search. Why do we not see you doing spreads on GME? I don't have margin on this account, is a big part of it, and I generally don't buy them. I don't frequently use multi-leg option strategies. I mostly just buy long calls and long puts, and it works for me. I think it's mostly because I trade momentum, right? Like, and sometimes it can be a bitch to unwind. Like you can lose money and user error pretty frequently. Like even professional options traders fucking have slippage on multi-leg contracts. It's much easier to just buy and sell. Have you ever traded warrants on GME? No. They want you to be, so when you're filling out those options risk assessments, they want you to be very experienced, have lots of money, and an extremely high risk tolerance. Those are the things they're looking for. Now what now however you answer those, that's, dependent on your own personal situation. Uh, Puts for GitLab? What's that? PGF baby. What's a warrant? A warrant is it gives the holder the right to buy company stock at a specific price on a specific date. So it's kind of like an option. But I think the shares are received directly from the company, not another investor. If I think I'm right on that, I can't remember, but yeah, that's kind of how they work. No, not a futures contract. A futures contract is from the shares will be provided by the counterparty. Have leverage, but no experience or tolerance. Sorry, I try to give you guys the best answers, but sometimes there's just there's areas of the market that I'm not fully educated on, right? They don't really pertain to what I do. But I think that's the correct definition of warrants. It's not something I've actively traded or looked into trading. Yeah, warrants are originally offered by the company as well. That's true. No, I don't have any warrants. Oh, you mean like, haha. You think we'll get Max Payne this week? I hope so. Max Payne's at like 195, so that'd be fucking fantastic. Thoughts on what I should do with my Evergrande warrants? Um, you don't have all the answers in Terabang and Terabang? No. I do my best, but of course not. I've had to learn about more shit during this whole fucking thing than I've ever wanted to know about the market. Clearly, they wouldn't accept Average Joe as a name. I've been writing bad checks to myself and overdrafting my account in order to fund my girlfriend's brokerage account. Do you have any advice if I get arrested before MOASS? Oh, man. Don't talk about crimes you're actively committing on the internet. You're not being contrarian, Clarange. You are correct in your assessment of what warrant the band is. If I become a billionaire, will I have access to the hot girls and boys chat? Sure. What was the likelihood that they keep the price this far below max pain? I think we'll see 180. What's our weighted VWAP right now? Our weighted VWAP's super high. It's at like really? Where did it go? Anchored VWAP. Boom. Anchored VWAP 194.62. So yeah, we got some room to the upside. Are my fucking SPY 465s for this weekend gonna print? Am I gonna be... This is a good week for me, I think. What a great Monday. Should I buy more? Fuck, that's a tough choice. Spoiler 5, VWAP, weighted VWAP. This is VWAP on the daily. Tracks average traded price for throughout the day. So I think it's got a 14-day smoothing. Weighted VWAP is the volume weighted average price over a set period of time. I weight it to the flash crash in March. That's basically when retail stopped selling. At least based on like the data we have from OBV and stuff. And right now that's at 194.60. So that means the average, likely the average shareholder price of GameStop is somewhere in the 190 range now. So it's moved up a bit, which is... Adaptive EMA. I forget what that one does. I'd have to look it up, Adam. Wouldn't buying more now be chasing? How? We're like significantly below the average cost of GameStop. So no, this is not chasing. Positions in this range are expected to be profitable. I was watching Houston Wade's stream with the Dans were getting it. Control your children. I can't. They're completely out of control. Is it a bad time to buy calls this week with higher IV? Eh. It depends on how far dated they are, right? Any thoughts on earnings plays? I mean, I have a 180 right now. That's like my only earnings play. Is your order book right? $10 gap. It's not scrolled up. Sorry. Looks like it's about a 50% bid ask spread at the money. Or 50 cent, sorry. Finally made money on a 0 DTE. Congratulations, man. How much margin are you using on GME? None. At all. I actually don't own GME stock or calls in any marginable accounts. My margins account, my one margin account, actually doesn't have any shares in it. I think it has some leaps, but that's it. Show us your 2 shares. They're right there. Both of them. Would you ever break down your entire portfolio? Of course not. I mean, most people who've been in here a long time know like what I'm long on, or most of the things I'm long on. Any reason why you don't like adaptive EMAs? I don't really remember what they do. Which I feel like I just said. And then you're like, ooh, EMA talk. Let me ask a question about it. No, I don't have any Babo plays. Catbrook 203. Fuck yes. A Dearest 100 shares from Fidelity yesterday. It took 11 minutes. Cool. Can average credit spread upwards eventually outweigh max loss or maintenance capital? Hmm. Yes. Maybe no. I don't think so. 'Cause I never really thought about that. Not sure. Let me think about it. Seems like an easy answer, but is it? Thanks, Keenan. I'm excited. Today's a good day. What are your thoughts on cash secured puts? I want to do something for TMC. They're good. I mean, if it's a stock that you want to own, then they're a great way to get into your position, and collect premiums while you're waiting to. Yeah, no problem. Reader Dan. I didn't say meow. I'm showing that if I average my iron condor from 1176 to 13, it's showing that the maintenance capital is $5 net. I'm not sure if that's the brokerage misreading the. What brokerage are you using? Emberfire. What's your average yearly percent return with options? Mine currently sits at negative 99.73. Not that. Tasty Works? I'd have to open up an account where I can check it. But something seems off there. Why are you ignoring this textbook example of an intraday cup and handle? You shut your face, Dr. K. There's no such thing. They don't exist. And if it was a cup and handle, it's already wrong, right? Like it would have already broken out. This would have been the cup. This test is higher, not a cup and handle. Should I just keep them for funsies? I guess. High five. Birthday cake. Like K, I tried to set up the Streamlabs again and it fucked me. Because I got a stream deck and I was like, ooh, look at me, I'm so cool. And then I was like, I'm gonna set up Streamlabs and it doesn't work at all. It's a piece of shit. Why is it such a piece of shit? Like K of Streamlabs customer service department. What about in the money swap DRS put option NFT derivatives and their effect on Elliott waves? It sounds like a whole big pile of go fuck yourself. Bastille Day. So all my weeklies, money on weeklies. So now you're gonna have to be my doctor. Sometimes when I take a Plopkin, I get lightheaded. Is that normal? No, no. You should probably see an actual doctor. Sounds like you might have some blood pressure issues. Stop fucking moving. What's the pickle drawings? Can we get a sweet sketch? Not in the mood right now. Maybe later. What are the chances Gabe Plotkin will return to run Zombie Sears? Well, that's because you've been ignoring that it's my birthday and that you need to give me access. Oh, happy birthday. I didn't realize it was your birthday. Happy birthday, like, hey. What do you think of positive earnings will do for the stock? Big ups. What the fuck do you think it's going to do? Why did you raise the price on OnlyFans? I'm rubbing pennies here. Ramen only gets me so far because inflation isn't transitory. You think I'm just gonna fucking keep the OnlyFans price static through this bout of 6% inflation? I think not. We live in an economy, people. All right. I hope I get fucking reamed out on Reddit for raising the price of my OnlyFans. Maybe someone will write a DD on that. By the way, have you guys seen the DD about how I'm a big shill and I make money on YouTube? That was the best advertisement that anybody's ever posted for my stream on Superstonk. But it clearly defines like all my membership levels. His estimate of my earnings was a little bit excessive, but for some months, not far off. When do we get paid for shilling you? Why I'm here? Melissa Hilton, welcome. Stop asking for donations, Gurk. I have like 100 clips of you asking for donations. Show me one critical hits. You clearly learned how to pronounce advertisement in the UK. I guess so. You're cheaper than Netflix. It's true. It's only funny because you put in your DD that you're monetized, and if you don't like it, don't join the YouTube. I even tell people that they could just use ad block and still watch the content without benefiting me in any way. Do I need to bring the image back? Was it this one? Yeah. Foyer? Link to advert, please. Someone's gotta have it. I don't have the link to it. I wasn't gonna dignify it with a comment, so I don't remember where it was on Superstock. No, it's a... Is it true that Carl is your intern at BlackRock? Oh my god, I would fucking love if Carl worked at BlackRock. Carl is not the BlackRock type. I'd say he's more of a Bear Stearns kind of guy. Fuck, I know. Is that a J-Pow mask? It is. Do you guys need like the full image? Is it hard to see? Ooh, I think I should sell the rest of my cat at the peak here. Oh, fuck off. You know what? I'm already up. I'm just gonna fucking hold. They're for January, right? Like, what the hell do I have to worry about? I took profits, covered my cost basis, then I took an additional profits of like 80% on top of that. So I think I just let the rest of it ride. I don't think I care if it fails this 203.50 test. GameStop's coming back up. It's breaking back through that resistance, or well, almost. No, it's not. Maybe SS saw where you took the other side of Moonwind's CCs and think you're abusing your power. Cat shell confirmed. I want someone to write a DD on how me being bullish on cat is a shill move. I can't even get you to whisper financial dom ASMR into the mic. Supersonic mods must be rich as fuck to afford you. I'm not a cat. That's true. Here's some groundbreaking fucking DD. What if Keith Gill, aka DFV, aka Deep Fucking Value, is a cat? What if everyone perjured themselves before Congress that day? What if no one ever tells Congress the truth? And Congress can't tell because they don't know. But What if he's multiple cats in a human suit? Clip, please. No, some moments are not meant to be repeated. How hard was the decision to have your name changed to Toyota Thon? Speaking of which, I'm gonna buy a car. Caterpillar Breaking 200 is incentivizing me to buy a vehicle of some sort. I don't know what. What should I buy? I already have one car, but now I can have two cars that I can't park in the city. Buy a Caterpillar tractor? No. Thank you, Bo Bandy. You know, I've honestly thought about buying the Smart 4 Paradoxical, just so I could park it in places where you can't park another car. How would you respond to Congress if asked if you work for BlackRock? Would you perjure yourself and say no? I would just respond with, "Are they hiring?" And then they wouldn't know the answer, and then I would have deferred the entire question, right? And then FINRA will give me 70 days to respond after that point. As long as I can say the market on BlackRock employee hires was illiquid. I hear Rivians are getting good reviews. Unless it's Thanksgiving, that you could apply for deferral until January 28th. Let's see how much you would have been up if you bought Cat when Keith Gill said he wasn't a cat. What was the date? It was March or February 23rd, right? You've been up $26. $26 per share. You could also wrap up your responses in futures to mitigate the risk of perjury. We've got like this little pokey boy right here. I guess this goes all the way up. There. SLGG ran from 2 to 12 over an ice cream cone tweet. Not only that, people still own SLGG. Pickle Rocket? Let's see why not. Oh wait, wrong one. Well, we're consolidating into a resistance, which could mean big ups. Right there. Yeah, I know. It's because they're being bought by Jack in the Box. Opinion on Astro. Hmm. I won't connect those lines. You monster. Wait, we're gonna get a 40,000 candle soon. I never heard your original bull thesis on cat in the first place, but yeah, it's done well ever since I heard you mention it. The original thesis was that it was $40 under and the infrastructure bill was passing, but then it just turned into me buying below 200 and selling above it. It's never filled the fucking gap to the upside. One day it will, and hopefully I'm in on it when it does. If he connects the lines, how will the stock get out? Exactly. Stop acting like this is your occupation. Ooh. Just a perfectly normal 50-cent raise on the 700 share purchase. Kaz a tug of war with China demand dropping, infrastructure bill increasing demand. I know, it's amazing. You just buy far dated options low and then sell them high. Look at me do stonk things. Look at this double bottom. We're gonna realize prices at least as high as 170, 150. Bid ask spread stop tracking. The bid ask spread's very wide. Should have listened on BlackBerry. What did you do to BlackBerry? Did you buy it? Silly boy. I mean, it's pretty close to breaking below 1,000. I actually liked Trig a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's funny with the triangles, but I did not enjoy calculus. Geometry was fine. Buy high, hold low until expiry. Don't talk sorcery. No. Those bastards. Would you be interested in a ticker that read on the 28th isn't really talked about? Sure. The other two, this is the mistake with trying to use GME to predict price action on other stocks, is that they don't necessarily have an equal amount of exposure. They also have much larger floats and are more liquid. So trying to play like all the plays around GameStop tends to be a bit of a mistake. APRN, be interesting your thoughts. Oh, Blue Apron. Mm. And from a technical perspective, it doesn't look bad. Um, it's cleared that like 1050 resistance that seems to have been holding it back. I guess it's got some room to the upside. It hasn't run very hard since like last year. I think it might have some short interest, but yeah, other than that, no, not really. Triple bottom. For a next move to the upside. Hmm. Test number 10 of the day, attempting to get attention. This time I have nothing to say. I'm just saying if I'm shadow banned. You're not shadow banned. I just assume when the mods are talking, they're not talking to me, and I kind of glance over it. What's your favorite piece of Chex Mix? The little waffle things. The Chex, actually. Yeah, it's Kegels on it. What's happening here? Do I take my $3 of profit from this 180 call? The $147 left on the table, or do I ride it through the end of the day? You mean you don't read the entirety of every disclaimer I drop? No. How relevant are double, triple bottoms on shorter time frames? Aren't those indicators? All indicators are better suited to longer time frames for the most part, except like bull flags. I want to believe in the bull thesis for a little while. Spy looks good. I still have 465s for this Friday, so I mean, I'm currently bullish on it. Ooh, a little higher low there. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. Hey guys. Please tell me Moana is going to happen this week. My wife is planning on leaving me for my other wife since I spent all of my allowance on weeklies. One volume? I don't know. GME 15-minute large descending wedge, 7 to 8 days, break and test. What do you think? Not really a descending wedge, more of a. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like back all the way out here. Well, the 15-minute chart. I mean, this looks like a reversal. I don't know how strong of one it's going to be. Oh, wow. I need to delete that. That's just too many fucking lines. I don't think it doesn't look like there's any correlation with the price movement, Danros, at least from what I can see. I could dig into it a little bit more, but I don't see any. Listen, everybody. So, I just got some some news over the break. My grandfather's passed away last night, I suppose. So I'm going to be ending the stream a little early today. I got to reach out to some family and stuff, and sorry, it's going to be ending a little early, but I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully in slightly better spirits. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna cut the stream a little short. I'm gonna leave the I'll leave the chart up and then end the stream at 4 for any of you guys that want to watch the chart while I'm away. But yeah, I'll see you all. I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow. Goodbye, guys.
Riku! Shh.